Today's competition will be Dr. Amina Al-Kandari is an assistant professor and the chair of the curriculum committee at Qatar University's Department of Architecture and Urban Planning. She holds a PhD in architecture with a focus on global metropolitan studies from the University of California, Berkeley. Her research specializes in the history of architecture and urbanization in developing countries, particularly in the Middle East and Arab Gulf. Her doctoral work explores nation building and modernity in the early 20th century Kuwait. Dr. Al-Kandari has taught at several universities, including UC Berkeley and Kuwait University, and is recognized for her research teaching excellence and contributions to the field. Second, Engineer Abdullah Al-Karrani, Acting Assistant for General Services Affairs at the Ministry of Municipality. Third, Muhammad Makki, Strategic Advisor to His Excellency the President of the Real Estate Regulatory Authority, Aqarat. I would now like to welcome Leah Mariam to the stage from Group 1 Boutique Hotel Project. Leah, the stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Marhaban bikum. My name is Leah Mariam, and inshallah I will be walking you all through the design of my 4-star boutique hotel in Sejam. So first, I'd like to talk about our site. Our site is located in Qatar University. It's in the northern part of Qatar University, sharing borders with the major highway, giving access to the public. And this is also the intention is to engage and bring and invite more people outside Qatar University to experience what it is like to be in Qatar University and experience the essence of it. This is a quick collage that I've done showing how you have more of a contemporary style buildings around the site itself with more straight lines and the metro station being a major source of public transportation. Moving on to the concept itself, I approached the concept through a storyboard. I was thinking about how is it like to bring someone outside Qatar University who has never been to this place for the first time. What would this experience be like? So I related back to my experience of bringing my own grandmother to Qatar University. She was very excited when she came in, and she kept talking about the green spaces inside and outside the university. As you approach the university itself, you can see a canopy of trees that lead you, that invite you, that welcomes you, and makes you curious to see what is inside Qatar University. So I wanted to continue this journey of the greenery and the canopy and so on. Then I went to the technical sides of understanding how the circulation in the boutique hotel works. And then I moved on to how I can work with the form. So working with the form as an architecture student is the most, I would say, something that I really love and enjoy the most. As I mentioned before, it's very close to the highway. So I wanted to push this mass away from all the noise and things like this that comes right from the roads to give a more relaxed and peaceful atmosphere for the users. And this included subtracting some elements, adding some elements and playing around with the volumes. And because we had a corner site, I wanted to use this to the advantage. Since we have this corner site, I was confident that this way there is nothing that would block the view of the users in that space. Hence, I chose to have the most interactive space in my design to be in this corner and to orient the views the same way. As I mentioned before, I respected what existed in the site, and I wanted to continue this canopy of trees concept, and hence kept all the trees that were on site as it is and did not change them or move them. Just to understand the logistics of how a hotel works, I went into the details of how the hotel services work and how you have different accesses and needs. Then the experience as you enter the space, the hotel itself, I wanted it to be more calm and soothing and welcoming. I used water elements that would be reflected from the first floor experience area as you enter the space to give you a sense of calm and to give you a sense of a calm experience. And then, as I mentioned, the trees that were kept would be part of the open restaurant that would resonate more with the people that are sitting there, and they can enjoy that continuity when they're in this space. Another highlight of this hotel is how they have these cantilevered balconies. Of course, we have seen and used cantilevered balconies in many designs, but this is in one way special, as it completely disintegrates the ground floor high activity zone from a more quiet and segregated zone, so that people in the balconies can enjoy and moreover enjoy their time in a more private way. So why I chose this is because the culture here respects and adores privacy a lot. So when someone stays in this hotel, they should really understand how much this country and in our university itself, how we value privacy. I wanted to highlight this point through the design of the cantilevered balconies. This is the experience zone that I'm talking about, that serves majlises and so on. I created a hierarchy in the design. So I wanted this boutique hotel to be a landmark that people think about visiting. When they pass by this area, they think about, okay, I want to see this space, and create that landmark for the university. As for the systems, when we have these n number of trees, there is also a very high rate of humidity that would exist site, and wanted to take this to the advantage by using aqua-sorbent facades. So basically what they do is they absorb all this humidity and convert them into something that you can use to irrigate the existing landscape. This is the interactive space, and the rooms facing the view of Lusail skyline, along with the interior majlis that can be used during hot summers when it would be very difficult to be outside. This is the experience zone with the majlis and all the activities relating to, or let's say, harmonizing more with the culture. And the canopy of trees, as I mentioned, would be reflected in all parts of the project, continuing the idea of being in Qatar University, how it takes you inside, and more like a loop, it goes on and on. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Now introducing the second student from Group 1, Rahma Walid.
Hello, my name is Rahma. Today I will speak about my project. It's the 4-star hotel. The name of it's like the Cove Hotel. Okay, let's just speak about the site. The site in the university, Qatar University. Okay, beside the gate 5. When the doctor told us that in the first time, I said, boutique hotel in Qatar University? What? Who will come here? Okay. One point later, it's like, okay, yes, who is visitor? Who is user for this hotel? When we think a little, it's like a lot of people come from abroad to have a research in our university, or maybe the graduation student, or maybe if we have any events, all of them, they come, this hotel, and have some experience, because a lot of them, it's like come 1 or 2 days, maximum, and they didn't have any chance to visit Qatar. Okay, what about to make this a chance for them to visit Qatar in our hotel? And also, here we have a specific or amazing views around our university, we have a metro station, a Doha, towers, and also the Lusail. How I can introduce Qatar to make them know about Qatar from the hotel if you didn't have time to go around the Qatar? This is the plan of Qatar. It's like land. Around it, sea or gulf. Okay, what's the main point to connect the gulf with the land? Is a beach. We go to the beach and have some relaxation and have a nice time. And this is what they need after to do a long day with the research and university to have some relaxing in this hotel. And what about to explain it more? The land. The land is the culture. This is a main point of Qatar. We have here a culture. We have here, it's like a strength culture. No one can cut it. And the Gulf, it's come from outside. The information, the new ideas. It's kick us a little bit, but because the Qatar have a strong culture, a strong, we can say it, yeah, a strong culture. It's like no one break it. They can take a little bit from the new ideas, what is suit our culture and what not. And this is to make our land strong. I will not deserve our land. I will make it strong. And I will make it a rock, the beach. We will make the sea enter a little bit in our culture, but they will not go in deep. We will save our culture. And to make this concept work, we will have here a stone, something like stones, and around it, the surround of a stone, it's a sea, but here it's like a water element. And this is a water element, make the people come from outside and know where is the road to go to your gate, to know about our culture more. From here, this is the ground floor plan. As you can see here, we have a datum. We have here in the datum the glass, and the glass it's a material like reflect the light to make this feeling you are inside, but you can see the sea from inside the plan itself, like the photo here. And this is the typical floor plan. As you can see here, in any place, the corridor for the hotel, it's like a dark, it's like a corridor. But here, we will express that it's like, no, we will let this new idea enter, but as a small thing. In the corridor here, it will be like this in the picture, but it will be a less more to make the people feel it's like the water up them, and this is the let them go for their rooms directly. This is a section. This is another section, speak about the environmental system and from the facade. How we can play with the facade to give us, this is a weird stone feeling, and also it's benefit the climate. We have here 4 kinds of facade. The first one is the north. It will have a large glasses, and the second one, it will be in the east. It will have an angle a little bit in the window, but it's make more sunlight in. And we have here in the south, it's like more like mashrabiya to make less light come in. And we have here also the west one. The west one is the worst thing because that we will make a more angle to make the light go in, and the view it will be clear, but in the same time it saves the room. This is the west elevation. As you can see here, because this is the west elevation, it's a bad thing, and this is the entrance in it. I play with the hierarchy and with the mashrabiya to make all the people come in the same point, and also in the right and left. I play with the window itself. The shape, it's like from outside, but the light come inside, and also all the rooms, it will have a lighting and the views. This is a north elevation. As you can see here, I play with the different kind, but all of them, it's like continuity to make all the shape of the stone. And this is a southwest elevation. This is a southeast elevation. It's like because we need to have more mashrabiyas, but also it can let more light to go in and the view to go in also. This is a render. Another render. This is laundry. Actually, here it's like you can see anything from outside, it's connected with inside. And also I think it's a better thing to use a wood because we are thinking we are in the beach and relaxing, and this style, it will suit more. And also for the culture, it will be, wood is really supported more. And this is another one. This is the restaurant. This is another view from restaurant. This is a room. This is a suite. And thank you.
Thank you, Rahma. Now calling to the stage our third student, Roda Al-Hmaidi. Roda, the stage is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Roda Ahmed Al-Hmaidi, and I'll be showing you my studio for project, which was a boutique hotel, and I've called it Al-Magid Hotel. This was the site analysis that was conducted about the project. And for the schematic design, I chose the falcon to be my concept and chose 3 keywords that are related to it, and then changing them and turning them into architectural vocabulary. And the reason I chose the falcon is because of its value to the Qatari people, and not only it being a hobby, but also being a way of discipline. And Qatar University is known to be a discipline-based education. As the concept developed, I chose to have hanged gardens outside to reference the great heights that a falcon could go to. All of this is the schematic phase. And then also having a habitat for the falcon inside of the hotel from the ground floor and up, that would give the guest the experience of having being this close to a falcon for non-falconeries. And and this habitat is also a metaphor and reference to the falcons used to being in the courtyard of the Qatari traditional houses while not being in action. This was the study model. And for the facade studies, I chose to have vertical mashrabiyas to act as a shading device, having them closer to each other in the in the south and west facade to protect from solar radiation, as they are known to be the heat zones, while having them further apart in the north and east to enjoy the morning sun. This was the site plan. This is the ground floor, and I chose to call the lounge Al-Alayim, which is also the way that you teach falcons how to respond to its owner, and also it being an educational tool. This is the floor plan for the first floor. So the suite is being called Al-Har, which is also a type of falcon. and having the double rooms called الشاهين, and the single room is الوكري, since الوكري is a smaller bird than both الشاهين and الحر. This is the third floor plan, and this is the south elevation, the west, north elevation, and east elevation. This is the section. As you can see, the tree in the middle, and the tree in the middle is for the falcon's habitat, which is suitable for the falcon in all its needs, having water features, having a wakr, which is the place that a falcon rests in the middle as well, and having balconies so guests can enter this habitat. This is the renders. As you can see, we have the hanged gardens outside and the balconies inside the habitat for the guests to enjoy. This was the final model and the references. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Group 1. Now moving forward to Group 2, Sustainable Mixed-Use Development Projects with حصة المهندي.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hassa al-Muhannadi. I'm honored to be here today to share my project with you all and to represent my dear university, Qatar University. I would like to extend my sincere greetings to all of the attendees and hope to meet your expectations with my work. But before we dive into the technicalities, I want you to take a moment with me and imagine. So, you can close your eyes if you want, you don't have to. Imagine walking through a space where the air feels different, lighter, cooler, sunlight pours in, but you never feel the heat. Now imagine after a long day of work, you step into a lush courtyard, grab your coffee, maybe catch your breath in a space that feels alive, breathing alongside with you. So, sorry about that. So as you're imagining that space, this is exactly the experience I wanted to create in my project, the Sustainable Mixed-Use Development in Laguna. It's a project that redefines how architecture can not only serve, but actively heals the environment around it. So for my design concepts, I called my building Nomadic Nebula, which is As-Sadim al-Badawi. And here's why Nomadic Nebula matters. My project isn't just about creating a building, it's about reshaping the way we live in arid landscapes. It's inspired by Qatar nomadic tents that were fluid, adaptable, and deeply connected to nature. So I took this cultural heritage, the tents, and I reimagined it for the future of sustainable architecture, perfectly aligning with Qatar national vision of balancing modernization with traditions, and that's what makes Nomadic Nebula unique, forward-thinking and built for the future. So of course, projects come with challenges, and this project is no exception. So my first challenge started when selecting the site itself. We were given a plot of 30,000 square meters, and we were asked to divide it into 3 plots and select one to develop. And so, my first challenge was how to activate the waterfront while maintaining a fluid design that works with the island curves. So what I did was I drew circular guidelines from the surrounding island borders, which created this division in the site, and I selected the central one to develop to have the central role in the site. So my second challenge was when designing the form itself, the form of the building. So designing the form, the first challenge was privacy, which of course in any mixed-use building, the first thing you'll think about is privacy, how to create this privacy between residents and between the commercial area itself. So what I did is I divided the residential and commercial masses in the ground floor, separating the drop-offs and basement accesses. and I passed a vehicular access in between to create this separation. Then I covered the whole ground floor with a spreading topography, and I designed a visual barrier to block the views of the vehicles from the central commercial area in my site that's connected to the waterfront surroundings. And then, responding to the orientation, I created voids and courtyards for natural ventilation, and I extended the volumes to maximize the views. But you see, I just couldn't stop with passive design. For that, I wanted to push the limits of what sustainable architecture in Qatar could truly achieve. And so I decided to follow GSAS, which, if you know, GSAS is the Global Sustainability Assessment System. It's a rating system uniquely tailored to the region, emphasizing sustainable urban development while respecting the local culture and climate. And here's how I integrated it into my design. Starting with urban connectivity. So the design isn't just about what happens inside the building. And so I connected the landscape patterns in my plot with the surroundings. I proposed a pedestrian bridge that connects the development within the surrounding area of my site, making it easy for residents, visitors to access the waterfront promenade and other key attractions. So this integration of movement, of people, air, water, landscape, will all be part of this breathing, living city that I'm intending to create, which is my concept. So now we're getting inside the building. For the indoor environment, what my concept was, at the heart of the project, I wanted to have the lungs of the building, the courtyards filled with native flora. Not any native flora. I did a research or plant analysis to understand the types of plants that have purifying properties in Qatar, and I decided to use them in my courtyard, which will naturally purify the air. And in between those plants, I designed a floating majlis, or living room. It will be floating, serving the guests of the residents themselves. And I also decided to use translucent solar panels in this area, not only as a clean energy source, but to enhance the user's experience. Now, we can't talk about we can't talk about plants without considering the water. And so I collaborated with Kahrama, as the Qatar main electricity and water provider. I designed water recycling elements in the form of arches that will reduce the water demand by at least 30%. This includes capturing grey water and rainwater for irrigation, perfectly aligning with my commitment to sustainability. However, during a critique, my professor pointed out that in Qatar, rainwater isn't the primary source of water. And he told me, you know that, right? I was like, yes, sure. And he hinted humidity, which if you live here, you know humidity is intense all year round. And so I looked at this precedent called Waraqa Tower that incorporates a special type of mesh called Rascal mesh that harvests humidity through condensation process. It creates water that can be used for irrigation for landscapes. And I created 2 of these structures following the form of my arches, maintaining the aesthetic of my building. I located them in the central courtyard, and I integrated the system in the roof system as well to create a closed loop of water recirculation process for irrigation, so there will be no waste. So now I'll take you through my schematics. These some of my schematics sketches that explain my idea for the site plan and for the sections. And these are my schematics for the ground floor plan and the 2 other floor plans, commercial and residential. Now, up until now, we've been talking dreams and ideas and hopes. So now I'll show you the real deal, or the reality of how I achieved this vision, I guess. So site plan, where I achieved the urban connectivity. I activated the waterfronts by proposed pedestrian bridges, landscape patterns, and the topography acting as rainwater runoffs. The ground floor plan, where I separated the entrances and basement parking accesses for each of the residential and commercial functions, maintaining the privacy. And there's also the visual barrier that you can see that separates and blocks the vehicle access views from the central commercial area of my site. For the program and circulation, the higher, the more private and exclusive the level are. I separated the cores for different users for privacy and focused on creating common areas, amenities, and services to enhance the life of the residents and employees and visitors. So here I have typical floor plans of the commercial and residential floor plans. For the commercial plans, my concept was having abundance of natural light, maintaining views of the north and south, and housing restaurants, cafes, stores, all organized around the central courtyard. For the residential floors, featuring the floating majlis itself, and there will be 3 different room typologies or apartment typologies: 1-bedroom apartment, 2-bedroom, and the penthouse. And my strategy for these typologies was centralizing the services and centralizing the service areas to maintain openness and views from the rest of the apartment, whether it was internal views from my courtyard or external from the marine area and waterfronts. For the structural system, I decided on using hollow core slabs with recycled aggregates, which proven to be sustainable, lightweight option and have advantages in terms of thermal mass, which will work in Qatar's climate. One of the standout features of my building is the roof, space frame roof. It spills over the facade, uniting different parts of the building, and it gives the striking visual identity from all angles. It's not just beautiful though. It helps provide shade, reduce heat gain, harvest humidity, and act as a dust filter, ensuring that the outdoor spaces remain usable throughout the day. And now for the details. The first detail is the water harvesting and recycling process, from the roof through the arches and to the landscapes. The second one is the double skin facade as part of the cooling system. Also uses hollow core slabs, where I'll hide the service system, maintaining a clear interior appearance. The third detail of the floating majlis, supported with wider column at the ground floor and a composite hollow core slab and steel cables. And for the HVAC systems, I decided on a package system running through the voids of the arches. These were distributed in 3 zones based on the location, time of use, and orientation. And for the plumbing and electrical systems, the earth walls will have 4 water pipes for gray water, irrigation, hot and cold water supply. These walls would be located in a way that each wall will serve 2 apartments at the same time, optimizing the pipe's path, drawing the shortest direction to the plumbing fixtures to save the time and cost, and also maintenance cost. Then I decided that I wanted to summarize all my environmental systems, and I attempted to evaluate the systems using GSAS rating. My building ended up having 4-star GSAS rating, which is great. These are my renders. This is an exterior render showing the exterior facade and the entrance. And this is one from the floating majlis in the courtyard. And thank you.
Thank you, Hassa, for your informative presentation. Now calling Sarah Al-Bakr to the stage.
Good afternoon, I'm Sarah Al-Bakr and I am honored to present my project today, a sustainable mixed-use development, which is located in Laguna Doha area. So the project embodies my vision for a forward-thinking architecture design that not only respond to the growing demands of urban development, but also embrace sustainability as its core. So the urban development in Qatar is rapidly expanding, but with the growth comes a responsibility to balance economic progress with environmental aspects. The challenge we face is how to create space that involves a business, residential, and recreational need, while also promoting sustainability and reducing the environmental impact. Traditional developments tend to neglect long-term sustainability, and this is where our approach must change. So here is the site located. I'm targeting the users, 3 main users. So my dream is to create a vibrant, sustainable, mixed-use development that goes beyond meeting the functional needs of these 3 targeted users. So the development integrates innovative design principles with respect of Qatar's unique environment. So at the heart of this vision, a thriving community of businessmen, owners, and sustainability-minded residents. These three users will be involved within the project. The development will set a new benchmark for urban living, merging practically and environmentally responsibility. So to bring the dream to life, I visioned 3 key elements: a central connectivity core with a stack ventilation, and outdoor spaces that enhance quality of life, and a form that maximizes shading while sustainable living spaces, and also minimizing the energy consumption. So these are initial concept sketches where I started to implement all these ideas to have a full building. So here, as we can see, that I have divided the project into, I have divided the plot into 3 main lands or sites. Site B is the chosen one for the mixed-use development. So then I created a form by having 2 buildings assigned with a joining a cubic courtyard that functions as a ventilation system for the full building. And then I started to layering the project with the functions required, and then adding the outdoor living spaces and creating a connecting outdoor public space within the building that is already shaded from the form of the building. So here I present Al-Multaqa. Al-Multaqa is an Arabic word that means a place to gather. So the dream is where Multaqa will achieve it. So So I have the 4 values that Multaqa achieve, which is environmental systems and the thriving business ecosystem, while also having well-being for residents and achieving the vision of 2030 of Qatar. So here are the functions and the program with the space quality chart. Moving on to the site plan, as we start the journey of the design, the site is divided into 4 zones: the main mixed-use building and a proposed learning center with a transportation hub that serves the land in the future, with also having a proposed recreational park that also enhance the walkability and the user-friendly of the site. So these 4 elements serve the entire project as the oasis, creating pedestrian-friendly environment with walking and cycling path and green vegetation. So in the beginning, let me walk you through the design. The ground floor plan features a main lobby entrance for the residents and a secondary separated entrance for the offices. Commercial and retail spaces are directly accessible from the Baraha and from the inner ways. So the Baraha is the gathering courtyard that faces the waterfront, surrounded with the commercial spaces and shaded areas created by the building form. Moving up to the first and second floors, we can see that it is divided into residential and office spaces, or we can see as a wings that the form conducted. So we are having offices on the first and second floor, while on the third floor it is fully residential, introducing an outdoor terrace pool to serve the residents. As we can see, moving on to the higher floors, the rooms or the apartments have the opportunity to have more views towards the outdoor, with having and introducing a new apartment typology, which is the premium apartments only in the higher floors. So here we can see how this site is easily accessible, the ingress and egress towards the site, and also the shading elements that covers the pool and the main court, the main core. Here we can see the elevation. So from the elevation, we can see the material elements chosen. Firstly, the louvers to create a maximum shading, and the wall cladding, which is a locally sourced material to reduce the impact of the environmental impact, as well as mashrabiyya and the glazing panels. Here is the north and south elevations. So for the systems, I'm doing a curtain wall system that holds the core and tie with the other floors. While for the environmental system, the passive design, a double glazed window are introduced and a double glazed curtain wall. So here in the section, we can see the vertical, how it is layered vertically, with mentioning the stack effect, how the courtyard will function to ventilate the full building, having the shaded spaces, horizontal louvers, and the shaded colonnades on the outdoor. So here we can see the sustainable site design features, which is using a local trees, pedestrian walkways, pedestrian bridge that connects to the Lusail Marina. Here is the renders of the building and how the dream come true by implementing all the design principles and the sustainability approaches. Here we can see how the site is fully integrated within the building, and the users can accessible the building from the main Lusail Marina and the building entrances. Thank you.
Well done, Sarah. Moving forward with our last student, Fatma Muhammad.
Okay. Hello everyone, I'm Fatma Mohammed and I'll be presenting my sustainable mixed-use project, which is in Lusail City in Laguna area. As you can see, the site is located next to a narrow water body with views mainly to Lusail Marina Promenade, and the main landmarks in the site are the Zigzag Tower, Laguna Mall, the Ritz-Carlton, Fairmont Doha Hotel. The site, with its unique location, is an opportunity to create a vibrant destination for the visitors, for the tourists, and the surrounding working and residential community, making my building a community gathering point. So next, I studied the environmental conditions along the site. The surrounding buildings do not provide sufficient shading on the site. So shading strategies were essential part of the project from the initial stages. This is mainly the conceptual design. The main design strategies employed are, as shown, daylighting and solar exposure strategies, natural ventilation by using voids to allow the breeze through, and landscaping strategies. The main idea of my project is to create permeability on the ground floor, which is the retail area. Take advantage of the views towards the waterfront and provide sufficient efficient shading. So to develop the mass, first I created corridors on the ground floor, as you can see, that allows natural ventilation. Then I added the next floor, which is for offices and recreational buildings, recreational areas. And then the above is the residential tower, which was transformed to provide maximum views. On the site, you can see that the design welcomes all the people coming from the Zigzag Tower and from the adjacent buildings. So the 3D form was slanted to create better shading on the plan view, and on the plan view, it was rotated towards the waterfront. This is the site plan, as you can see, which includes my building and a community center on the east side, as well as a promenade, a community gathering area, and an events area. The shape provides even distribution of wind pressure, which ensures aerodynamic efficiency and spatial efficiency, as well as providing maximum views towards the waterfront. This is the ground floor, and we made a separation of public and residential drop-off as well as the entrance. So the public drop-off is from the main access on the south side, and the private entrance for the residents is from the west side. And then the retail area was developed through 4 axes. The main axis runs through the direction of the dominant wind, and the other 3 secondary axes divides the rest of the plot to create a retail area, offices, and cafe. And the building is mainly comprised of 6 levels and an underground. This is the underground level. This is level 1, which includes offices and leisure spaces for the residents, such as a gym and a spa. And the next 4 levels are residential levels, which includes 6 types of residential units, ranging from 1 bedroom to 4 bedrooms, from 130 meters square to 340 meters square, which will accommodate different types of users. This is level 2, which include 2 types of residential units, T1 and T2. This is level 3, which includes only 1 type, which is T5. This is level 4, which includes 2 types of residential units, T4 and T3. And finally, on level 5, we have 1 type of residential unit, which is T4, with 4 bedrooms, which is the largest area. This is interior views in the residential units, giving views to the Lusail Promenade. And then for the shading strategies, which was a main element in my project, I needed to balance between two important considerations: providing effective solar shading to minimize heat loss, heat gain, while still allowing ample daylight into the building to reduce artificial lighting. So this was done through the analysis of the sun direction, and through varying the length of the horizontal fins to allow sunlight only during winter months and block the direct sunlight during the hot summer months. And then the construction of the shading fins, which is made of glass fiber reinforced concrete, double pane low E glass with argon gas, RC slab, which is made of recycled concrete aggregate, and I made sure to incorporate sustainable materials to make my building sustainable. And then this is the mechanical system and the structural grid, which includes two types of grids merged together. And then the design incorporates also energy efficiency systems such as water recycling system and a green roof. In addition to that, there is a central atrium and an openable skylight for passive solar design. And the strategies used are cross ventilation, stack ventilation, and natural daylight on the north direction, the overhangs, while also orienting the building in a way to reduce the solar heat gain. This makes my building passive solar design. And finally, you can see how my building stands as a landmark in the area, which is with its distinctive curvy form that does not only enhance the visual appeal, but also serves the functional requirements. And then the retail area on the ground floor, which is thoughtfully integrated to provide and foster a lively, pedestrian-friendly environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Qatar University students, for such creative presentations. The judging panel will now deliberate for 5 minutes to discuss and determine which 2 projects will win with us the prestigious awards today. Please remain seated to find out the winning students. Thank you. Again, thanking the students for their efforts. It was definitely not easy for the committee to choose a winner. However, everyone's a winner today by presenting their spectacular concepts. I would like to now invite His Excellency Engineer Khalid bin Ahmed Al-Abeidli, President of the Real Estate Regulatory Authority, Aqarat, to the stage to address the students and award the winners from both student groups.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. طبعا أنا اليوم سعيد جدا أن شفت بناتنا الطالبات واستغربت أنه ما في شباب. هالجامعة بس فور بنات ولا في شباب بعد؟ I don't know بس both ها؟ بس بنات ها؟ إيه. لكن ما شاء الله يعني ما أدري أكلمكم بالعربي ولا بالإنجليزي بس بالعربي أنا سعيد جدا وفخور بالطالبات اللي طلعوا صراحة. To me all of you are winners وفايزين ولو أنا في اللجنة أكرمكم كلكم فايزين بالنسبة لي صراحة. وإن شاء الله طبعا اجتمعنا مع سعادة رئيس الجامعة وإحنا طالبين أن يكون في تعاون بيننا وبين جامعة قطر كتدريب وكذلك يكون رافد للوظائف وإن شاء الله تقدمون عندنا. إحنا طبعا حابين أن نستقطب الكفاءات والطلبة من جامعة قطر وغيرها، فاللي شايفة نفسها يعني حابة أن تجرب على فرص العمل وكذا إحنا نرحب فيكم معانا. ما شاء الله عليكم مميزين وحابين أن شاء الله تشاركون في نهضة بلادكم ونهضة دولة قطر وتكونون جزء من التطور والمستقبل إن شاء الله. أتمنى لكم كل التوفيق.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the first award for the junior student group goes to Rawda Al-Hmedi for her conceptual project Al-Mughayth Hotel. The second winner for the senior students group goes to Hassa Al-Muhannadi for her conceptual project The Pneumatic Nebule. Well done, girls. Congratulations on your awards. Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Khalid bin Ahmed Al-Abeidli. We thank all of our dear students from Qatar University for all their efforts, and we wish them all the best in the future. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude this competition, and we thank you for attending this session and wish you a great day ahead.
هنا حيث تجتمع الرفاهية بالأناقة والحداثة بفخامة تصميم مميز لا يضاهى، لتخطو خطواتك نحو نمط حياة جديدة أكثر دفئاً وراحة. في مدينة لوسيل، وتحديداً في جزيرة قطيفان الشمالية، ذا جروف، العلامة الفارقة في التطوير والاستثمار العقاري، توفرها مجموعة GMG القابضة لبناء أسلوب الحياة المستدام، أسلوب حياة يضع رفاهية البيئة والمجتمع والأجيال القادمة في المقام الأول. ذا جروف. هنا حيث تجتمع الرفاهية بالأناقة والحداثة بفخامة تصميم مميز لا يضاهى، لتخطو خطواتك نحو نمط حياة جديدة أكثر دفئاً وراحة. في مدينة لوسيل، وتحديداً في جزيرة قطيفان الشمالية، ذا جروف، العلامة الفارقة في التطوير والاستثمار العقاري، توفرها مجموعة GMG القابضة لبناء أسلوب الحياة المستدام. أسلوب حياة يضع رفاهية البيئة والمجتمع والأجيال القادمة في المقام الأول. ذا جروف بتصميم معماري لا مثيل له، يتميز بتفاصيله الدقيقة ولونه الذهبي الأنيق، متسما بلمسة جمالية معاصرة مثيرة للاهتمام، ما بين الواجهات الخارجية ذات الإطلالة الخلابة إلى التصاميم الداخلية للشقق السكنية ومرافق وخدمات مجتمعية بمعايير عالمية. تم تصميمها من قبل مكتب المعمارية الحاملة للميدالية الذهبية في العمارة زها حديد. ذا جروف بإدارة SLS الاستثنائية يقدم مزيجاً فريداً من الأناقة والرقي، ويجمع بين الراحة المطلقة والخصوصية التامة. مجتمع مترابط يزخر بأكثر المرافق الخدمية إبداعاً وتعزيزاً للمتعة والراحة، من خلال جسر يربط بين المباني الأربعة ليخلق منصة خضراء على امتداد 500 متر وارتفاع 9 أمتار، مطلة على الواجهة البحرية الخلابة لمدينة الدوحة. ذا جروف، فرصة لا تفوت، اغتنمها وكن جزءاً من هذا المستقبل المشرق، لنتصفح سوياً فصولاً جديدة من التميز والإبداع نحو رفاهية المعيشة المستدامة.
I haven't got my headset yet, though. Yeah. They'll come later. Oh, God. Remember, these lights are too bright. You can't have this. Yeah.
They're fixing it.
Yeah, great.
That's what. And then الأكبر يتفق. Is it right like that? Just dim it a little bit.
I would say a little bit more. Oh, these are on. These should be off.
I am put the mics off, please.
The sound test. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to the final session of this year's Qatar Real Estate Forum. We have two exciting speakers from JMJ Group Holding, one of the sponsors of this forum. We will hear first from Mr. Matthew Werner, the head of real estate at JMJ Group Holding, in a session titled Redefining Luxury, Living Towards a Sustainable Future. Following Matthew, we will hear from Mr. Gianluca Raccana, director at Zaha Hadid Architects, to discuss architecture, inclusive and sustainable cities. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Matthew to the stage.
Oh, it's bright. Can we turn it down a tiny bit? Thanks so much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, welcome. Thank you for attending this presentation on redefining luxury towards a more sustainable future. As the lady said, I'm going to talk for about 20 minutes, and then after that, Mr. Gianluca, and we'll take questions afterwards. I'm delighted to be back in Qatar, which is rapidly becoming my second home. I'm inspired by the passion and innovation of the people that I've met here, and the vision and leadership both of the government and also within the private sector. The extraordinary development of Doha over the last 2 decades, and especially the careful thought that has gone into the planning of Lusail, Qatar's city of the future, has created both a lively and exciting city, and one where culture, sophistication, safety, and sustainability are predominant characteristics. Characteristics born out of respect for one another and for the environment. In the increasingly troubled world in which we live, those are really important characteristics. The focus today is on a more sustainable future. To achieve that, things need to change. And real change will only come if it is through collective effort, at a local, at a national, at an international level, and across sectors. The property sector, which is the sector that we are in, cannot alone deliver the full scope of changes required, but the onus is on every sector to do what it can. And developers have a special role to play in how we shape our cities and the associated lifestyle choices that are on offer. Attitudes are changing. And we have to raise the bar to deliver product that meets changing aspirations. Now, it wasn't so long ago that all of luxury was about gold taps and exotic marble imported from many miles over the sea, and tropical plants which had no understanding the amount of water that they required. That was the definition of luxury. Anything you could bring from as far away as possible was clearly luxurious. I don't think that is the case anymore. In a strange twist of fate, one of the catalysts for change was actually the onset of COVID. That began to change people's outlooks. It forced people to stay at home, and the ability to meet people was taken away. There was a greater awareness of the importance of social interaction, revitalizing a sense of community. With restrictions on movement put in place, it didn't matter how beautifully appointed the residence was, people who did not have access to private outside space found it tough during that time. The lucky ones were able to get away to their holiday homes, and for those that did, there was a profound reconnection with nature. With people required to stay indoors, they had a lot more time to think, to reevaluate, to decide what was really important in life. And they sat at home watching the news. And what they saw was one climate-related disaster after another. Floods, wildfires, tornadoes, landslides, record temperatures, record rainfall, record polar ice loss. There was a sudden collective awareness of climate change. This heightened sense of the damage that we're inflicting on our planet, combined with a greater connectivity with nature and a reawakening of the importance of social interaction, has affected attitudes as to how people want to live. The desire for luxury lifestyle remains, but it does seem that the perception of what that means is changing. People still want beautifully designed spaces with exquisite selection of materials and exemplary service, but post-COVID, they have a heightened sense of the benefits of private outside space, greater opportunity for localized interaction, and the ability to enjoy the good things in life without contributing to the continued destruction of our planet. It is the role of developers to meet these new aspirations with projects that provide extraordinary life-affirming spaces, supported by sustainable principles, making it easy for our esteemed customers to choose the right path. At JMJ Real Estate, we have been working with Zaha Hadid Architectural Practice and sustainability consultants Werner Soberg and our landscape architects Cracknell to do our best to realize that vision at our groundbreaking new project right here in Qatar, which is The Grove, and there it is. And I would like to take you through some of the elements explored in the design process of that project towards delivering extraordinary lifestyle experiences while simultaneously driving the sustainability agenda. The Grove is located in Kataifan Island North in Lusail, which, for those not so familiar with the lie of the land, was the first development in Qatar to endorse the Global Sustainability Assessment System, or GSAS. Every building in Lusail has to have a minimum GSAS 2 rating. When it comes to luxury, the old adage, location, 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 is always correct. And having selected an unrepeatable location on the waterfront, we set about honoring the sustainable principles of Lusail, not accepting the minimum, but striving for the highest GSAS rating. The project comprises 4 buildings, all in a unique 700-meter-long landscape highline, full of amenities for the residences, with luxury boulevard of boutique fashion ateliers, cafes, galleries, and restaurants below, which is open to the public. I will comment on the sustainable features of these 2 unique aspects later, but first I want to start with the residences. There are actually many add-on features that you can do to retrofit properties to make them more energy efficient. And I gave a talk many years ago, back in 2007, at the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, about retrofitting buildings. But retrofitting is very expensive. The real opportunity for incorporating sustainable features is when they are embedded through the full development process. And at that stage, it is as much about correct thought process and attention to design detail as it is about costs. It all starts with the orientation of the buildings and the residences to reduce solar gain. This important step can only be done at the initial design stage. And the shape of our buildings here takes that very much into account and makes sure that the ambient temperature inside the apartments is reduced. So too, maintain the balance between glass and solid elements on the facade. In our strive to explore features that both supported the demands of a more conscious audience in terms of luxury lifestyle requirements and sustainability, the balconies that you see here on the screen provided a wonderful dual purpose. Every balcony is actually 3 meters deep. From a luxury perspective, that provides for wonderful inside-out living experience, meeting one of the core criteria redefining luxury post-COVID, but they also provide an important shading facility, changing the angle and extent of the penetration of the sun's rays and stopping the inside space heating up so much. And you can see that, if this works, it doesn't work on the screen, but you can see the extent of the overhang on the balcony is there, 3 meters depth, and if we move to the next slide, that's better, you can actually see the shade on the side of the wall there, so you can see that the sunlight isn't actually full on into the apartment. But that combination of reducing the solar glare, solar heating up, and the luxury facility of having the enough space on your terrace to have dining tables and full armchairs is a wonderful combination. The right use of shading creates more livable spaces across all areas. And that theme carries throughout the project from the retail boulevard right through to the top terrace. You can see the shading structure there. By careful design, such shading, whilst reducing the need for cooling, does not have to negatively reflect natural light penetration. Wonderful floor-to-ceiling heights and full-height glass, where such is used, means that the ambience and natural light to the internal elements is exceptional. And this is an image from one of our duplex apartments. I mentioned earlier the promenade, and we wanted to go the extra mile towards making both the promenade and the boulevard below unique spaces, places where people could enjoy all year round. That was obviously quite a challenge, as whilst for 6 months of the year, the temperature in Qatar is really wonderful. For the remaining 6 months, it can be a little hot. Again, shading can make a big difference. So the edge of the High Line on the image you can see behind me was actually extended out into the streetscape, giving the same sort of shading effect as we did for the apartments and reducing the overall heat. We also selected different types of trees which offer shade, and we designed special E-trees which complement the shading from the natural vegetation and which have other special features about which I'll talk later. You can see the E-trees here in the image blended with the natural trees. Those were great features, but you can only do so much when the temperature starts to go over 35 degrees. So we needed a little help from innovative technological solutions to actually cool the streetscape. But to cool the streetscape without adding any additional demand on the energy requirements. What we looked at here was using waste coolage from the retail spaces. In this image here, you can see where the blue arrow is going down, you can see that the normal air conditioning to shops is about 18 to 22 degrees. But once that has finished its purpose, the waste air is still 22 to 28 degrees. And that is significantly cooler than the air outside. So by channeling the waste air back onto the streetscape, it's possible to reduce the outside temperature by 10 to 15 degrees. And along with those other elements I mentioned, creating an atmosphere for al fresco dining, which is a go-to destination. Thus supporting another post-COVID element of lifestyle change, the immediate access to wonderful places of social interaction. The careful selection of plants that are used in landscaping often goes overlooked, but can make a real difference to the sustainability of a product and present life-affirming quality connecting with nature. Water is a precious resource, and instead of importing those exotic plants I mentioned earlier, all plant species in our project are of local varieties and used to the heat and require very little watering. Like so many of these initiatives, there's a dual positive effect. Not only is it good for the environment, but it showcases some of the wonderful biodiversity of the area, giving it a uniquely Qatari appeal. And in a world where globalization often robs us of our national identity, that can be quite important. And did you know that plants actually breathe? It's called evapotranspiration. which puts water into the air and further helps reduce the temperature. Both the High Line and the Boulevard, on both the High Line and the Boulevard, the use of extensive planting and of local plant varieties contributes towards a wonderful experience that delights the senses. Better temperature, a beautiful visual experience, wonderful perfumes, and the sounds of bird song rather than traffic. We had a little glimpse of the E-tree structures earlier, but let me now consider a little more detail, as these can be multifunctional. Not only do they add to the shade of the street, but we're also looking at potential for them to capture rain, even humidity, to be used for sustainably watering landscape, and evaporative spray, which produces a thin mist to cool the air as people walk past. More than that, the top of these E-trees have photovoltaic cells, producing free solar energy that can provide everything from localized charge points or, combined with wider photovoltaics on the roof, to potentially provide for electricity to power all of the external lighting of the project. Savings in energy consumption help keep costs down, and such can be used towards greater service provision and engaging lifestyle management practices, further aligning luxury lifestyle to sustainability. Another key consideration towards heightened sustainability is the use of materials. Renewable is wonderful, but if they have to be produced a long way away and brought over, then of course the distance travelled outweighs the benefit. So quality materials from as local a source as possible is preferred. This image that you see on the screen behind me shows what the entrance would look like with a rammed earth finish. Rammed earth is totally biodegradable. All the raw material used goes back to nature in its original form, making it one of the most environmentally suitable construction materials. And we looked at a number of other elements that could dramatically move the sustainability agenda forward. In this slide here, you can see that the water table, the blue line at the bottom is the water table. And you see red lines going down into water table. These are geothermal energy piles, and they tap into the cooling potential of the below-ground water sources, transferring cooled water through highly efficient geothermal pumps to HVAC systems for optimum quality of air. This system has the potential to reduce cooling demands for the building significantly. This slide also acts as a good summary for the initiatives that we've mentioned, and most of which we are striving to implement in our project. Geothermal piles and heat pumps leading to efficient HVAC systems, optimal outdoor shading from the promenade, natural planting and E-trees, rainwater collection for watering plants, locally adaptive plant species, optimal thermal building envelope, and external shading through balconies, and on-site renewable energy produced by photovoltaics. What this means is greater outdoor comfort, water savings, reversing escalating temperatures, enhanced biodiversity, and actually contributing to the generation of energy in a sustainable way. By addressing these elements in a thoughtful way, we are redefining luxury through life-affirming spaces, simultaneously helping to reduce our carbon footprint whilst providing greater amenity to our clients. Providing all-round external spaces, embracing nature and encouraging social interaction and a real sense of community, and delivering peace of mind in contributing towards a more sustainable future. And this is not just one-way traffic. There is mutual benefit here. And I predict that it is projects that really put the right thought into the way which people relate to each other and how they relate to the environment whilst delivering the highest quality of design and service, redefining luxury towards a more sustainable future. These are the ones that are going to thrive to attract more investors, both locally and from the international sphere. We shall now play a short video taking us through the project, and I hope you can spot some of the features mentioned. But for now, that is everything from me. Thank you very much.
هنا حيث تجتمع الرفاهية بالأناقة والحداثة بفخامة تصميم مميز لا يضاهى، لتخطو خطواتك نحو نمط حياة جديدة أكثر دفئاً وراحة. في مدينة لوسيل، وتحديداً في جزيرة قطيفان الشمالية، ذا جروف، العلامة الفارقة في التطوير والاستثمار العقاري، توفرها مجموعة GMG القابضة لبناء أسلوب الحياة المستدام. أسلوب حياة يضع رفاهية البيئة والمجتمع والأجيال القادمة في المقام الأول. ذا جروف بتصميم معماري لا مثيل له، يتميز بتفاصيله الدقيقة ولونه الذهبي الأنيق، متسماً بلمسة جمالية معاصرة مثيرة للاهتمام، ما بين الواجهات الخارجية ذات الإطلالة الخلابة إلى التصاميم الداخلية للشقق السكنية ومرافق وخدمات مجتمعية بمعايير عالمية. تم تصميمها من قبل مكتب المعمارية الحاملة للميدالية الذهبية في العمارة زها حديد. ذا جروف بإدارة SLS الاستثنائية يقدم مزيجاً فريداً من الأناقة والرقي، ويجمع بين الراحة المطلقة والخصوصية التامة. مجتمع مترابط يزخر بأكثر المرافق الخدمية إبداعاً وتعزيزاً للمتعة والراحة، من خلال جسر يربط بين المباني الأربعة ليخلق منصة خضراء على امتداد 500 متر وارتفاع 9 أمتار، مطلة على الواجهة البحرية الخلابة لمدينة الدوحة. ذا جروف، فرصة لا تفوت، اغتنمها وكن جزءاً من هذا المستقبل المشرق، لنتصفح سوياً فصولاً جديدة من التميز والإبداع نحو رفاهية المعيشة المستدامة.
Hello, everyone. Very happy to be here and happy that Matthew has done such excellent work in presenting the project, all its sustainability feature. I'm now to a bit place this project within our larger body of work and our design philosophy. I'm from Zadid Architect. I'm one of the board director. Our company it's a 500-strong architect company. We work in all continents, and we have 5 offices globally. It's a very diverse company. We have people from 50 nationalities, and this brings a lot of value in our work. It's obviously the company that Zadid has founded back in 1975, which has continued to grow over the year to the current size, despite the loss of our founder in 2016. We're not specialists. We work in all fields, all disciplines, in mixed use, hotel, residential, and obviously we have a breadth of expertise which we go over architecture. We embrace technology. We're very optimistic about future and all the tools that technology is offering us. And we have expertise in product design, master planning, workspace analytics, virtual reality, and all the analytics tools that computational design can support the architecture profession. Obviously, as Matthew was referring, sustainability is the biggest challenge in our era, in our design. And we've been working on this for many, many years with a number of buildings providing an excellent reference for sustainability outcome. And we publish as well our low carbon strategy 4 years ago with a commitment to lower the carbon emission of our design and on the way we work. As we said, we work in every continent. We have 90 projects built across the 25 countries, from large sport equipment like the Aquatic Center for the Olympics in London, both for the competition mode with 17,000 seats and the current legacy mode with a reduced capacity. The Al Janoub Stadium here in Qatar, which was our first project, which has been very well received, with very distinctive design and feature on the shading of the roof. And as well on smaller scale projects like in New York for residential, in which is sitting on top of the Eye Line. It's a very distinctive project in a historical part of New York, playing with a historical architecture and as well providing a very distinctive facade for the residential unit. In the region, we've done a number of projects like the Aramco Research and Study Center, which I want to point it out to have get the Platinum LEED, which is the highest certification, international certification in sustainability, with a mix of strategy between the orientation of the building, the use of the courtyard, and the shading on the canopies on the central area, which has delivered a fantastic and very, very efficient, sustainable building. Recently, we finished another high certification sustainable building in the region, in Sharjah, is the B headquarters, which is the provider of energy and waste management in the Emirates, in Sharjah. This is a fantastic project as well in the outskirts of the city, where the relation with the natural landscape is paramount. And we design a building with a self-shading capacity, with a number of devices in sustainable technology to achieve that great LEED Platinum outcome. And we work globally as well with many other typology offices in China, where we reinvent the typology of office, blending with the retail and creating urban environment, immersive urban environment to very large scale infrastructure like the new Beijing International Airport. With a number of projects on site and under construction, and now a great number of projects under development, we always push the boundaries of technology and sustainability in all we do, from large master plan to reuse of existing sports structure, using and creating an environment and a sense of place for the community. You can see we work in many cities, and obviously we know that by 2030, the majority of the world population, 82%, will live and work in cities. So really, as architects, we're really passionate about how architecture can play a vital role in shaping sustainable city, not only on the environmental aspect, but as well socially, an inclusive environment through our project. So as I said, the project here, The Groove, is part of a body of work which go internationally, which go across all our projects, and with this idea that we can contribute to a better building and urban environment. Matthew has mentioned the COVID, and clearly in our discipline has been a major destructive factor. We said many times that the COVID didn't really create any new trends or any new situation. It just accelerates some of the trends which were ongoing already. But as well, there is new expectation now on the built environment. And building are expected to be more sunny, more sociable, more sustainable, more healthy. And in a way, for example, as an example of this, I put one of our early project, the Museum of 21st Century in Rome. It's a contemporary art space which is sitting on the place of former military barracks. You can see we retain all the major building around it. We convert the central part, but mostly what we change is the condition of the urban environment. It was a military installation, so it was all fenced around, all enclosed. So the main idea of the project was to break this enclosure and give back this block and this public museum to the city itself. starting with formal sketches and then studying different solution on the, let's say, how we can arrange a project will we break this frame and then reconnect with the city fabric. You can see the early sketches, which is not one building, which is like a monument. It's not an object. It's a field of element which invite people to go in and navigate the project. So this was the first study which gave rise to the idea. You can see the building finished already several years ago in the city of Rome. And as well, you can see how the outside space is as important as the inside. And it's all designed with the way the people use the space. It's not a monument, as I say. It is not something which is imposing, but a sense of playfulness which invite the visitors to go around and explore the old galleries. The same for outdoor. I mean, obviously, contemporary architecture can be destructive by itself because it's new, but at the same time, you see the proof of the success of an idea by the way people is using the project. In this case, the plaza around the project, the museum itself, it's occupied any time of the day from the morning. Families goes there with kids and use the plaza. In the evening, it's full of buzzing activities and art events and outdoor restaurant. And this is, as I say, this is a way to provide a building which is not enclosed, but it's open to the city, it's porous to the visitors and inviting to all. As a sustainable device as well, it's important to take account of innovation and technology. This is a very special building for us. It's called Forest Green Rovers Eco Stadium. The owner of the club is an entrepreneur in the renewable energy, so the brief for the project was to have a zero carbon footprint, which is a very difficult thing to achieve. And it can only be done if you use material like timber, that during their life as a tree, they absorb carbon. So it's actually, we have a positive balance on the carbon asset. So you can see this is the first stadium worldwide designed completely on timber by element that can be recycled. Not only the roof and the, let's say, which sometimes has been done as well, but all major structure of the building are laminated timber. This is an open stadium to the community, so there's not all the car park or the retail, which usually goes with this kind of project. You arrive here by public transport, and the project one day can be eventually dismantled and reused for another site or for another construction. You can see as well, sustainable doesn't mean that it has to be ugly or not well designed. You can see its elegance on the shape of the roof and the rhythm of the facade, which is done with a timber structure. In terms of sustainability, we mentioned let's say this has to be inclusive, has to be environmentally sustainable and socially sustainable. And I think architecture can play a role on that as well, and that social value. I like to show a project that we're doing in Cambodia, in Phnom Penh. It's called the Sleok Rith Institute. It's basically a memorial and a center of reconciliation in Cambodia, which was marked by a very, very atrocious civil war between the Khmer Rouge and the other political opponent. So this is, at the same time, is a research center, it's a place for students, a library, a museum. All the buildings you can see are clustered together with a large open square. And this is a place of reconciliation and a place of hope in a very, let's say, after a very dramatic event. You can see that in the language of the building, which taking back some technology and way to build from the region. The way you use the outside as a collection for water, because there is a problem of torrential rain, so it's a device for retention of water to mitigate flooding. And as well, the serenity and the use of natural material, the facade itself, plays a role on that inclusiveness of the building. Another element which as well is crucial today is the mobility and the connectivity, and as well as it's a fantastic center of connectivity, air connectivity between the east and the west. Obviously, airports are large buildings which potentially can be very demanding in terms of energy and environment. So our research through many projects is to find a model for airport as well, which can be sustainable. We have at the moment a large project in Australia, in Sydney, is the new international airport. You can see for the first glimpse it's a different type of airport. People arrive there through a large square. There is not a ramp, which usually you arrive to the airport with a car and you go there. There's not the let's say, separation between arrival and departure. Everyone arrive on the landscape in front of it. And you can see a building which is open, is shaded, and thus use natural material. It's all a strategy between the, let's say, natural shading of the building to avoid solar gain, to use of the natural light, which obviously make the consumption of the building much lower, and as well to the shading of the gate of the airport. So it's all a strategy. We bring a very efficient airport, which as well is more close to the human, in which we will use it. There is a discipline now called human-centric design, which is, let's say, to design the space in a way that the passenger, the user, will be at ease with. You can see this potentially a mixed mode. I mean, mid-season can be open, so can have a very little artificial ventilation and rely on natural ventilation itself, and the amount of natural lighting going through the building. One component of the mobility which was clear in the city during COVID is that city will be more green, which will be more walkable as well. And we're very happy about this, the walking in the city going back now in our thought. It was a research that we did much before COVID, which was called Walkable London. Together with the London Authority, we developed a very scientific and data-driven study in which we show that some part of the city can be completely pedestrianized, so close to traffic, and as well the opening of a new route for pedestrian on the major artery of circulation will open up not only let's say a better health solution for a citizen, but as well an environment at the street. Let's say this is one of the major streets in London, Oxford Street, which can be completely transformed and giving value as well to the retail at the ground by pedestrianized large arteries and putting vegetation and urban furniture to complement that idea. This idea of the, let's say, walkable city obviously is shown at the maximum in New York with the Eye Line, which has been a huge success in this idea to give a long pedestrian walk, and it will take the same time by bus to go to the same distance, but at the same time you will have a much better experience of the city environment. One feature that we have in all our project is the nature-based solution. This is an approach in which the natural environment and the built environment of the city has to merge. There are not clear boundaries between them. And we apply this idea to small and large projects alike. This one is a very big one. It's the called Unicorn Master Plan. It's a big piece of a city, over 1 million square meters built, in which the initial idea was really to break the boundaries between natural environment and built environment. And you can see here and create new typology of building which will merge with a green layer. You can see here some of the images of the competition, the use of the water, the typology, and some of the moment within the project, which is not only like a fantasy. In a way, this is being built, and is being built with the same quality of natural environment that the artificial one. Larger building as well, for example, this Shenzhen Bay super headquarters, which is 2 towers of over 300 meters. This was a competition as well that we won with the idea to bring the landscape inside the building at the base of it. So actually the podium of the building became a number of terracing steps and layering of garden, which will bring you into the tower and the main lobby. So this is bringing it back to the Keita Fan North, to the Grove. we've seen the project already, but I would like to go through again with the same philosophy which expire of all our projects. The link to the natural environment is, let's say, is at the base of the design, and we always start with some of the natural component of the site in order to design it. In this case, the erosion of the rocks by the water, the stratification of the layer of the earth, and the layering of the natural element. This all go into the project, and you can see, you know it already. I just want to highlight again how the most important component of this when we started work with GMJ was how we can blend the boundary between the private environment and the public areas. So you can see how important is the boulevard here, which is going, let's say, across all the water. And now this is designed with the same care, with the same design language as the building. So it comes as well, what Matthew already mentioned, the environmental property of that space. It's a space in between the enclosed and the open air, in which you have comfort, you have design, you have green layer. And this is a rendering of it, in which you can see as well the trees playing a part of that, and the architecture and the design of the facade merging somehow with the natural environment. This again, some other areas of the building, the facilities, which all have great views outside, the arrival experience. And again, in this space, especially, you can see the initial idea of the erosion of the natural environment by the rocks and the water. This is a bit more technical space, and again, it's translating what we mentioned about the property of shading of the building, which make it a great environmental performing asset. And the layering and the protruding of the balcony as an environmental device. In essence, we see this project as a great addition and full, let's say, fully inserted in our design research and philosophy. We're very happy to be here working with JMJ Group on the project. We hope we will see it on site very soon, realize. And I thank you all for your attention and your company. Thank you. I think we're taking questions now. I invite back Matthew on the stage.
Is this on? My mic's not on. Is it? Is my mic on? Yeah.
Yes, it's working.
Great.
So we're happy to respond to any curiosity or question you may have on the project, on the philosophy, on the site, on our approach to design. So we have a unique opportunity here to have a client and the architect, so you can have a full perspective on that project.
We have a question. Who is aimed at? Have you got a microphone?
Hello. Hello? Oh, yeah. Okay. Hello.
Hi.
Okay, my name is Alvaro. Thank you. This is a great presentation. Thank you both for describing all the efforts you've done. And you cover a pretty wide range of aspects in terms of creating this new project in a sustainable manner. My question will be, are there any sustainable ideas that are still at the design board, but for some reason are still not possible to be implemented going forward? And if they are, what are these ideas and what is preventing them to be implemented?
Okay, so let's say this is a wider question from the project. I think in terms of sustainability, so far the industry has been focusing on energy efficiency. So it's obviously how to consume less and how to provide the energy which is needed through green energy, so renewable source. Another point which has been addressed in the industry very well is the use of the material. So now there is a scrutiny on, let's say, the type of material we're using and their carbon footprint. Where the industry is lagging behind, in my opinion, is the process itself on construction, which is a big consumer of energy and a big, let's say, carbon producer. Let's say there is a move now to move from the traditional way of designing and building buildings to a more modern, let's say, data-driven approach. So digital fabrication, for example, is one of those examples. By using prefabricated component or component prepared off-site in factories and assembled on-site, we will create a much more efficient process, which by converse will reduce the carbon emission. This is very, let's say, will demand a switch in the industry, which is quite traditional and using workforce and technology which are centuries-old, to a new way to design and construct, which is more database, is more numerical, fabrication-based. We can see already some example, and we do a lot of research and innovation on that side, on that sense. We have tried buildings printed, 3D printed, directly from models, which we have done for small scale, like bridges and facade component. So I think the next step to achieve that environmental target is really to see, to look at the process of how we build cities and implement in that process more modern and more innovative solutions.
Yeah, I think I'll probably add something. I think you might have been talking about in relation to our building in Qatar, etc., and we are moving nicely along with all our processes. But I think one of the things that does need to happen is things need to be joined up. And it's a bit like electric cars, you know. Many people, many of my friends, we all want to get electric cars, but we're worried that there isn't the infrastructure in place to actually make it work for us. And it's very much the same thing on sustainability, not talking about Qatar, but in other markets that I've worked in, for example. You can design wonderful systems for making sure that people in their residences separate rubbish, distinguish between plastic and bottles and cans and paper, etc. But then, if you put them all neatly outside and one rubbish van comes along and picks them all up and takes them to the same dump, it's all futile. And so there aren't necessarily, in different places, it applies to different extents around the world. UK, for example, is very advanced on that. But there aren't necessarily all the systems joined up. And that's why I said at the beginning of my talk that it's a collective effort. You know, it's at the individual level, it's at the local level, the national level, it's at the international level, and it's also across sectors. So, you know, everyone needs to get on the bandwagon, and everyone needs to be pulling on the same rope in the same direction.
Thank you for your nice presentation. I am Ali. I am the robotics and AI researcher. I would like to ask you, what is your plan for this AI revolution era? Because you know that this era, AI will affect in all of aspects of living experiences as a customized and personalized living experiences. So do you have any specific division or department in your projects about the AI compatibilities and using the AI for data-driven and smart platforms in these living experiences?
Yes. So since many years already, we understood that technological innovation and computation would be the future. And we started to build up a team. We call it Code Team. But we started, I will say, 15 years ago. The first move was in order to allow digital fabrication, so to do digital twins and 3D models. So we started for a very specific need of making project more economic and faster to build. Obviously, we build up a lot of expertise that we apply as well in urban analytics and other, let's say, in other fields. But specifically now, from 2 or 3 years, we're looking at artificial intelligence. So the difference between the computational tools in the past and the one that we have now is that they're actually generative. So they can create something without giving you specific instruction. So this is seen as a bit of a threat in our industry, because obviously if a computer can design, then obviously there's no need for architects. If a computer can do accounts, there's no need for accountant anymore. So rather than be scared about the tool, we thought, well, let's look into it and how we can use productively. It's a bit more the same, it's a bit of the same attitude when CAD and AutoCAD started. There was a fear, oh, this tool will destroy work and people won't be needed anymore. It's actually a tool which has made us much more productive. So in terms of AI, we have testing and we are building our own AI, which is a generative tool to generate design solution, which at the moment can only be very preliminary, which are tailored to our way to do project. So just to give an example, for example, if we need to design, I don't know, a stadium of certain 20,000 seats, so you can easily go online and say, please, to any OpenAI tool and say, please give me a design for a 20,000 stadium. Those designs are very rough and sometimes they don't make much sense. So you have to train the computer to understand what to do. So what we do, every project we do, we put it into this tool and we highlight the parameter which make the project successful. So once we run the tool, this AI tool, which is our, let's say, patent, we give them some of our project as a reference, and we take out a number of options. So to be honest, at the moment, the options are all very rough, but very good. We can see the system start to learn to be better in producing alternatives, which, as I say, are so only initial alternatives, which we discuss with client, and they can give some, let's say, other avenues of exploration, and then obviously at that point we put people on it and we develop. So it can be a tool, the AI in the industry. I think we should not be scared to use it, to train it, to program it, and I think the same would be in other disciplines.
Any more questions from anybody? Oh, one over there.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation and sharing great news. And I'm Elnur Amerev from the Azerbaijan Baku, so geoscientist. My question is, do you have any department which make some seismic analysis and prognose what will happen if the global sea level will increase, because some buildings is close to the sea, and any preventive actions from your company side, what will happen if the sea level will increase?
Yeah, I think it's addressed to us.
Okay.
Happy to see you from Baku, because we have a wonderful project there, which I didn't show today, but it's a magnificent achievement. So let's say the climate crisis, it will make this event like flooding more frequent, and that is not a mystery. And you ask as well about earthquake. So let's say these are two different issues. So earthquake is a well-known phenomena, and every country has a specific regulation setting the level of risk you have to account for. And we work for every project with the best structural engineer to account for that risk and make the building structure safe and sound. So that has not been an issue so far, and we work as well in geographies where there is a very high seismic risk, and we never had any issue with that. In terms of the sea rising level and flooding, I think that is a different type of problem because it's an incremental risk, and we don't know for how long it will be growing and if we will be stopping at a certain time. So as designer, we always account for that risk in our project, especially if you are in proximity of the sea or you are in proximity of flooding risk. So clearly there is a number of design points which are both, if you do basement, if you do underground, they should be completely water tanked and completely waterproof. And as well, you always try to make the level of the project well above the level of the risk, the ground level. We have as well specific project we dealt with that. I didn't show it in the presentation for the sake of time, but we've done a project for the Hamburg port in Germany, which is the largest port in Europe, in which we redesigned the promenade of the port because we knew that there was a flooding and water level will be rising. So they did an infrastructure, so we raised the level of the docks. But at the same time, we want them to become a public space, so we keep them with landscape, open air, auditorium, retail. So at the same time, it become a feature of environmental protection, but as well an addition to the city life and, let's say, inclusion of citizens. So I think it's a threat on one side. On the other one can be an opportunity if you, by responding to it, you improve the public grounds.
Yeah, I think I'll just add to that. These are things that everybody should take into account. Obviously, the sort of comments we're making today is to try to raise awareness to make sure that we reduce the impact and stop the current trajectory and to make sure that we do have a better, more sustainable future that doesn't contribute to rising sea levels. But obviously, on the current trajectory, there are issues. And yes, of course, every developer has to take into account what the best and worst case scenario can be.
So unless there's another question, we will over time. So thank you all for attending and for following our chat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible forum this has been. We've witnessed amazing speakers and celebrated excellence. On behalf of the organizers, the Real Estate Regulatory Authority Aqarat, I'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you to you all. I'd also like to thank all of our speakers, sponsors, participants, competition winners, and distinguished guests. Please join me in giving a round of applause to everyone working behind the scenes, from the organizers and the technical team, and to also thank you for being an enthusiastic audience. Please enjoy the last day of the exhibition until 10 p.m. And we hope to see you all again next year at the 3rd Annual Qatar Real Estate Forum. Thank you all.